Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you do this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working site size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design. Testing. Yep, looks good. Looking good. Welcome. Super Coyote Ayub Azakman, Pop 1 US says link is not working. I did update it with the... I always forget that stupid YouTube needs you to put the HTTPS in front of the link in order for it to auto link. ZapataCourses.com is the link. That is the correct link. It just wasn't auto linking. Nico Gabuda Ichamuda, and it takes a spark. Hello, everybody. I've got a couple people to thank, new patrons. Hello, Hun Snapper. Hello, Myth Maniac. Hello, Sept 2039. A couple new patrons since the last time we streamed. I want to thank Mauda and Sarse Paria. Sarse Paria. Thank you so much for subbing, for putting your money where your mouth is, or putting your mouth where your money is, in your wallet. Stick it right in there. You stick it right in. Thank you so much for supporting. I really appreciate it. Once again, big thank you, incredible honorifics, all the banners flying, and all of the titles announced for the entrance of Mauda and Sarse Paria into the Patreon, which gets them a bunch of exclusives. They can look back through years of Patreon posts, including lots of audio files that I never shared anywhere else, lots of sketches that I never shared anywhere else, and running right now the secret podcast with my buddy, the comic book artist Stephen Green. We have a few episodes up on there. The only way to listen to them is through the Patreon. Unless somebody leaks them to you, which is of course illegal, and we will hunt you down and kill you if you do that. And a lot of fun. We gotta record a new episode. We've started texting about that. We're trying to arrange that because we heard that they the gardeners always start right across the street, right when stream. It's like they wait in the truck and they're watching my YouTube on their phones, and then the second I start the stream, they're like, all right, boys, time to get to work. Will I even be, if I'm not peaceful enough to draw while they're going full power out there? Oh my God. It's like, the guy across the street has a lot of property. It's so dramatic. I'm watching 4 giant, like the riding lawnmowers that you like stand behind. I'm watching 4 of them pull into his driveway right now. He's got enough property. He doesn't need 1 riding mower. He needs 4 guys on riding mowers handling his property. If my meditative powers fail me, we'll play the Mortal Shell 2 beta for a while. Johnny Pearson gives $5. Thank you so much, Johnny, who says 30,000 hours happily spent. That's right. Amen, brother. Amen. Let me do an Instagram post real quick. Sorry, forgot to do it. Uno memento here. I always forget to do my due diligence. I'm always sabotaging my career, my business for myself. By just refusing to tell people Anything that I'm doing or that I'm going live or anything like that. You think I remember my YouTube URL? You honestly think I remember that? After all these years of doing it, you think I remember my YouTube URL? That's ridiculous.
Kayla just discovered that on Vinted.
Kayla just discovered that on Vinted she can easily sell her fucking shit that she bought for some amount of money, and now she doesn't want it anymore, so she can fucking just sell it right back. And wouldn't that be fun? And do you even just wear clothes for 2 seconds and then throw them away again and sell them for a profit? You used to get it in your fishnets, now you only get it in your night dress. Discarded all your naughty nights for niceness. Landed in a very common crisis. Everything's in order in a black hole. Your Bloody Mary's lacking in Tabasco. All the boys are slack. The best you've ever had, the best you've ever had is just a memory, and those dreams aren't as daft as they seem, aren't as daft as they seem, my love, when you dream them all. Oh no, where did you go? Oh. Boom, boom, boom. Did I mention that I'm going to turn Johnny Pearson's $5 into boiling hot, pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my son? I didn't. Let's sketch. I'm still on bad paper. It is bad. If I wanted to finish anything, I shouldn't be sketching on this, but I can't deny that after years of drawing on paper like this, it just feels so comfy. And I'm into comfort right now. That's how you pronounce it, right? Comfort? I think so. I ran the promos, but I keep failing to mention, because I'm not a good businessman, that all of my courses, design fundamentals, form from imagination, the other stuff, the shorter stuff that I have on Proko, it is all 20% off until July 6th. It's on the mega sale. You get the course, obviously. You go get it. Biggest sale I've done in a long time. Huge sale. Steven Zapata. He called me and said, don't run a sale that big. Trust me. I'm a businessman, quite a famous businessman. That sale's too big. But he did it anyway. I hope it goes well for him, but you should have listened to me. Baron Seppi says, really love the tree sketches on Story, Steven. I'm still looking at it. Dope to hear. Glad you like them. Those are fun to do. That was a 1-day sprint. And I actually made a whole like tutorial video for those, where I showed the process and explained my thoughts, because it was meant to be for design fundamentals. But it wound up not making the cut for the course. It was for before the course was going to have a different assignment unit originally than the one that I settled on. And that was, I made 2 demos for the previous assignment unit that I wound up abandoning because I changed what I wanted the demos to be. The demos and the assignments. Head in the Selt says the one time I catch you live, it's 5 minutes before I have to sleep. Fate is cruel. Don't sleep. Do not sleep. Stay up and watch me draw. Don't sleep. Do not sleep. You're not going to be able to sleep anyway. You're not going to be able to sleep anyway. You're just going to be thinking about me. Oh, you're going to be thinking about me. I know you're going to be thinking about me. And I know how you're going to be thinking about me. You stop it. You stop that. Stop that. Stop it. Don't think about me like that. That's not right. Don't do that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Put those back on. Put those back on me. Stop it. Stop it. Jesus. You sound me alone. You took a left off last laugh lane. Drunken Stickin says, I shall surpass your thoughtfulness and come to your level within 15,000 hours, and in 25k hours I will have surpassed you, Ors. No. What's this? Snooze Heaven says 30,000 hours needed to reach Zapata level, 40,000 hours needed to reach Fengzhu level. Here's what you guys don't understand. As you get better at art, the depth of my achievement will only become more and more apparent to you. So, however good you think I am now, you think as you increase your skill, you'll feel like the gap between us is closing. That just goes to show how little you actually understand about art and how challenging it is to reach the master level like I have. It will be quite surprising to you, but an important education that as you get better, you will experience an increasing gap between you and I. That's going to be hard on you. Obviously, it hurts everybody's ego when that happens, but I really just hope you don't quit. I really hope you don't quit when that happens. Just keep going. Remember, it's not a race, but I won. And I'm at the finish line. I'm at the finish line and people are dunking Gatorade on me. And I'm being interviewed by local news and national news and podcasts. Lots of podcasts are interviewing me. Inky Pen says, good morning. Glad to catch you live again. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Sir Bob as well. Hey, Shady on Fire. Hello to Eugene Borkan. Damn, I forgot to put my chapstick on. I got dry ass lips right now. Ayub says, how did you settle on the assignment in the design course? What made you go for the UI layout? How did I settle on it? I didn't. Well, I don't feel like I settled. It was the best idea I had for how to teach design fundamentals in a way that was engaging and creative and not boring. It was a eureka. When the idea occurred to me, I was like, there was no doubt in my mind. When I had that idea, I was like, that's it. Obviously, that's it. Obviously, that's how you do it. The only difficult thing about that choice was how difficult it was going to be as a teacher, because I was going to have to hold an arbitrary number of students' totally custom projects in my head. But eventually I decided it was just, I needed to bite the bullet on it. And I'd had experience with doing that in a classroom setting before, so I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it pretty well. But yeah, design fundamentals is like, that's a course, any design school is going to have a course that is either called design fundamentals and is teaching the elements and the principles, or it's called something different, but it's the equivalent. So I've been through that course. I've been exposed to how it's taught at a lot of other schools and things like that. And I remember that when I took it, you know, not to be harsh on my teachers or anything like that, but the context in which design fundamentals was taught was either heartbreakingly boring, and the teachers who taught in that boring mode, they did sort of try to justify it to themselves as oh, well, you need to be able to do it boring, like you need to be able to grind through it. You guys know I'm not interested in that stuff. I don't believe in that pedagogically, so that's of no interest to me. And I think they were kind of deceiving themselves and cheating their students of a fun experience. Sorry, guys. But and the teachers who did try to make it a little bit more exciting, they did let it happen in a more fun context. Like, you know, instead of doing fonts and things like that, instead of like studying fonts or something, we're going to draw spaceships. But there wasn't enough room for, it was just, we're doing it with spaceships. And there wasn't a lot of room to really critique someone's story and the broader aspects of design, which are so integral to that. It was more, how to put, I guess I thought it was too shallow. It was like, it was fun, but it was shallow. So I wanted it to be fun context, but taken seriously enough and heavy enough on the work. That is to say, you know, I wanted it to be like, I wanted students to feel free to work on something that would really be appropriate in their portfolio, which meant that they basically had to be able to take it all the way. It had to be okay for it to be a legit project of theirs for a real story they were working on. And since I'm talking about it, let's not forget that course, Design Fundamentals, as well as all my other courses, 20% off either on my website or if you want Form for Imagination Without Feedback, that is available on Proko, also 20% off until July 6th. The courses are great. I love them. They're the best stuff I've ever done. They help people a lot. I did a very good job on them, all humility aside. Joey says, real miss by not having the design project be a Zoetrope design assignment. Don't do this to me. Don't do it to me, Joe. I get it. We get it. See, you think you're just hopping on a funny little joke bandwagon. Omar's never going to let it go. I'm going to hear about this for fucking years. For years. Don't join. Please don't get on that bandwagon. Please don't join in with him. Don't jump on the Omar Zotro bandwagon like you jumped on the Knicks bandwagon. You son of a bitch. I know you don't care about sports. I know you don't care. You see, Jonicha 3 has ascended. Jonicha 3 has used their power to ascend. Jonicha says, I don't need 30,000 hours to get good at drawing. I just buy and use the equipment the artists I admire use. That's right, baby. That is right. You used to get it in your fishnets. Now you only get it in your nightdress. Discarded all your naughty niceness. Landed in a very common crisis. Everything's in order in a black hole. The blood of man is lacking in Tabasco. APW mid says you may need 30,000 hours to reach your level, but it'll take a good 60,000 to reach mine. I love that you guys think that you're entitled to make these little jokes. I really love that. I love how delusional you all are. Like, I can talk about art and how long it takes to get good at it because I am the fucking best. The best. No one else is even trying. No one else is even trying in comparison. It is spiritually hysterical how good I am at drawing. And it is cute, really cute, that you guys who don't draw anything, by the way, anything, except maybe sexy dog people that you feel ashamed of. You don't draw anything except the sexy dog people that you're ashamed of. And you think you're entitled to make your little jokes. It's cute, man. It's cute. It's like if that sense of entitlement was like a little puppy, it'd be the cutest puppy. And I'd rub its little eyes. Oh, look at its little ears. Look how entitled they're. So funny. And then good little puppy. Like, mwah. Mwah. Kiss that little puppy right. A good little puppy. Good little puppy. All right. It's just cute. Really cute, you guys. Oh, man. I love the people, seeing about, I'm better than you. I'm the best. I'm just not famous. I'm literally better than you, Steven. You have no idea. It's like I could click on all of your profiles. Nothing. No, there's nothing on your profiles. There's no YouTube videos. You don't have anything on your Instagram. You just feel comfortable saying, don't trust me. I'm the best. You haven't shared a single drawing. I go on your YouTube, it's just your playlist of your favorite anime music videos. Wow. I look at your playlist of anime music videos and I say, this guy's taste for anime music videos is so good that he must be incredible at drawing. He must be better than me at drawing because of his taste in anime music videos, which if you've got 30,000 hours in anything, it's probably in curating anime music videos, right? Took a left off last laugh lane when you sounded it out. We got Spicy Zapata today, folks. Spicy. Do you guys know that before every stream, I run 3 miles? Like it's nothing. I run at least. That's my minimum. I'm like, if I'm gonna stream, pop a quick 3 miles. 7-minute mile, 8-minute mile, sprint, dash. I come back, I just crash land onto stream. This is me exhausted. Everything that you see me do here is me exhausted. Overheated, heart pumping. You guys don't get it. You couldn't handle me at full power. You seriously couldn't. You seriously couldn't handle me at full power. I don't even mention it. There are streams where right before stream, I ran a half marathon. There's streams where I ran a half marathon, said nothing about it, drew for 6 hours, kicked your ass up and down the street with those exhausted ass sketches. By the way, put on a show with 200 people watching me while I did that. Still drew circles around you. And forget even drew circles. I helped you in that stream. You asked me a question and I gave you a thoughtful answer that blew your fucking mind and changed your whole trajectory. Putting on a show, literally helping people, changing their lives, exhausted, world-class drawings, and you sit there. I'm better than you see. I'm better than you see. Yeah. Yeah, you're better than me. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure. God damn. Hey, AJ, what's up, man? The unstoppable Anthony Jones says, haha, 3 miles to sketching to attacking anime music video community. Peak. It is peak. And look, they gotta get attacked every now and then because they're getting too comfy. It's just, look, we all notice patterns. And I can't help but notice a pattern, which is that 99% of the people who say they're better than me, the only thing on any of their platforms is a curated playlist of anime music videos. That's it. That's all that's on there. That's all that's on there. They want to be the best, but they're not even in the fight. These are the kind of tonal movements that if I was on good paper, I would use a blending stump on this whole shield here, but this paper would not survive any blending stump. So I'm gonna try to avoid that. AJ says, I've been saying for years, they too comfy. They are. They definitely are. Ayub says he forgot to mention he is a dad. I am. Yeah, that 3 miles is after feeding, loving my son, taking care of him. You guys just don't get it. AJ's got me beat on sheer family management, though. AJ knows how to manage a big family. Oh no. Just got a kitten too. 6 kids, 3 cats, and a dog. Now that's a lively home. That is a lively home. Demon of Hell Anime Studio says, does drooling on my graphite create any effects? Possibly. If you really want to explore that, I'd advise drooling on your watercolors. I think that'll help more. AJ says, listen, there are 2 ways to react to people who are actually better than you. 1, try to tear them down. 2, try to meet them at their standard or surpass them. That's right. Now, I know a lot of the people in this chat, they want to go method number 1. They want to go, let's try to tear Steven down. It doesn't work. You should instead recognize the level and do what you can. Do what you can to try to surpass me. That would be what's best for you. That would be what's best for you. Hun Snapper has a serious question. Let's get here. On a positive note, in a recent stream you mentioned that people with a normal job should see it as a way to finance their own art. And that really changed my view on my job/art. Thanks for that. I'm very happy because it's something that I actually, it's been driving me crazy since before I had a YouTube, actually. Like, I think the first time that I ever really, no, I think probably I've talked about it even like back in the day when my only presence on YouTube was like being a regular guest on Ahmed's channel. There were some conversations in there where I pointed out that it's just like, it's weird that in the art community, even though nobody tells you, even though nobody says it outright, everybody zeroes in on this feeling that it's like you should, there's like a direct connection between how serious you take it, how much you love it, and the implication that like you should be doing it as a full-time job. It's like, why? That actually doesn't follow. It's not for everybody. It is definitely not for everybody. It's a very particular lifestyle. And most people don't, like for a lot of people, you think you would like doing art for clients or professionally for 60 hours a week or whatever. And surprise, maybe you wouldn't actually. Maybe this thing that is very relaxing and full of joy for you would kind of be affected by being forced to do it for 60 hours a week. And for a lot of people, you are just naturally going to be happier and more inspired and more in flow and get more done if you only do it 10 or 20 hours a week at night, on the weekends, or whatever. And in those 10 or 20 hours, you're not stressed about money or how you're going to piece this career together or anything like that. Now, there's a lot of artists who just art is all they can do, right? Their brain won't let them have any other kind of job. That's different, right? But if you have a good career that in a job that you don't hate, it's like, it is a beautiful thing to be your own patron and to support your own artistic practice by just having your normal day job. And by the way, lots of your favorite artists, big artists we're talking about, have normal day jobs. They just don't talk about it, right? Because they're also influenced by like that weird implication that it's like it's sort of they failed or something if they have another job. But if you meet them, talk to them, ask them straight up, you'll discover actually, yeah, lots of really big artists. I'm talking like big social media followings and stuff like that. They don't talk about it, but they're software engineers by day. They do others. They have a normal job that is what allows them to work in peace and put things out regularly and things like that. And because of that, because I find that annoying, if I ever get a normal job, I'm going to tell you guys so that you know. I am going to tell you guys so that I'm not going to pull the wool over your eyes. I'm going to let you guys know I did have to get a regular job. I'm a professional anime assessor now. I rate animes from F- to triple class S for Crunchyroll. That's my job, 40 days a week. Gordy's Digital Artcast, by the way. Gordy says, Steven, I thought you were Deed. I thought you were Deed. Why'd you think I was Deed? I've been streaming a lot lately. I've been around doing my thing. I'm back, baby. I think I've done like 4 or 5 streams in the past couple weeks, something like that. I was never Deed. I hope you guys can't hear the leaf blowers too bad. The gardeners across the street are going hard right now. They're going hard. Did you see they announced the Ocarina of Time remake? It looks balling. Is there a trailer? It's a Scottish meme. I did not know that. Hello, Lee Sato. Let me see if there's any questions people are asking. Restless Sheep says, hey, Steven. How to get back my motivation for drawing. Struggling with depression, and I feel like absolutely nothing I draw is good enough, and I just feel frustrated and ashamed. First off, you opened up with you're struggling with depression. Now, that opens a very complex can of worms. So the advice that I give people, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist. If you're struggling with depression, I think the first thing you need to do is get very serious about your depression. Because, dude, for real, most of the time, it's not about the art. I'm sorry, I gotta turn my fan off. It's blowing my paper away too much. What was I saying? 9 times out of 10, The depression and the art are separate. They may feel very linked. You may think, oh, the fact that nothing that I'm drawing is good enough makes me depressed. If you're talking about real profound depression, no. That the depression comes first, and you are linking the art struggles with the depression. Usually that is the case. So the first thing you should do, and I know that it's annoying for people who are struggling with depression to hear it, but you need to hear it until it clicks and you do something about it. If you're open to therapy, go to therapy, go see a doctor. At baseline, exercise and don't eat like shit. That is so important. It's a great diagnostic thing, because if you just get a little bit of exercise every day and eat decently, then you know, okay, if I'm feeling depressed today, it's not because of poor body maintenance, right? It's not because I'm disrespecting the tiger in the cage that is my spirit. There's something else going on. So at baseline, you got to make sure you get some exercise. You got to make sure that you're not eating like crap. If you have substance abuse stuff, you've got to take care of that. That's always going to lead back to depression. And it's wonderful because it clarifies things. It's like, I know it's not about that. I've got something else going on. A lot of the time, if you clear that up, you're going to feel better about the drawing, and you're going to feel less frustrated and ashamed. But it's like, try to pull back and really think about what you're saying. I feel like absolutely nothing I draw is good enough, and I just feel frustrated and ashamed. Why? There's nothing in art that requires that severity of reaction. It's about other stuff. It's about your self-esteem. It's about maybe existential worries about the world. Look, I'm not an optimist, right? I differ from a lot of my friends in that way, especially in the art community. A lot of people in the arts, they're dyed-in-the-wool optimists. I have to say, I'm not, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie to you and say that the world isn't dark and isn't difficult. You know, life is scary. Life is mysterious. There is no real guaranteed security in life, right? So I don't want you to feel guilty about being afraid of life, and your existential worries are legitimate, right? But I hope that seeing them as legitimate and not something to run from or deny and repress will let you face them head on and figure out a way for you personally, hard as it may be, to grapple with them. If you make progress on that, you're gonna feel better about the art. You're gonna feel, oh, what is this? It's just lines on paper. There's nothing about lines on paper. Dust put into an illusionistic configuration. There is nothing about it that should summon that severity of reaction. This is just, it's pure fun. It's pure fun. It's meant to be fun. It's creative. It's childlike. It's not supposed to be pulling that kind of stuff out of you. It's other things that are pulling that intense reaction out of you. If you separate those things, the other good thing is that while you are dealing with the depressing existential angst stuff, you'll free up the art. You'll be able to have your depression, have your pessimism, nihilism, existential angst, and deal with it on the side, and the art will be untouched. And you'll be able to rest in the realm of art instead of locking it all up with all of that frustration and worry. Never forget that that's possible. Art can become a treasure realm that is a beautiful, glowing, warm, fuzzy escape from all of the troubles of the world. And that is a wonderful thing. That's what you want, right? You want to flip the script. You want it to be that when life gets hard, when life is suffering, when everything seems very scary, you want to run to art because art has been cleared out of all those troubles. You get lost in it, and that's your break. That's your meditation. That's where you chill out. And again, don't let the rapidity and relative shortness of that answer make it seem like I'm belittling the depression part at all. I've known a lot of people in my life, people very close to me, who have struggled with depression. I take it very, very seriously. I am acknowledging that it is hard as fuck. And my heart goes out to you. But it's separate from the art. It just is. It just is. AG5 says, I also think your job can inspire your art. They don't have to be separate. I think so too. I mean, I think it's very good if there's more people in art who they know more than just art, you know? It's like I'm one of these people who my whole life I've done nothing but art, you know. That's how I've made all my money in life. That's the career I've spent all my time in. It's like I've tried to, you know, I have other interests and I've tried to pursue them and I've tried to incorporate them into the art, like my interest in spirituality and things like that. But I am still like one of these just like art nerds, really, you know. And the art world needs all sorts of people. So it needs some people who are not purely art nerds, you know. I think we do need people who are, I don't know, chemists or whatever, and they make graphic novels about being chemists, you know. Just get a little variety into this system. Because it can't all just be people drawing stuff that looks like it could be in Dark Souls, right? Of which I'm very guilty. But that's, you know, it can't all be that. It's wonderful. I love it too. Like I said, I'm very guilty. But it can't be all that. It can't be all that, folks. Gordy says, have you checked out Dusk Bloods? That's coming to Switch. From Software's new game inspired by Bloodborne. Yeah, I saw, or at least I saw the reveal trailer that came out. That was a long time ago now, right? That must have been months ago. I mean, I'm interested. Bloodborne is probably my favorite video game ever. Best gaming experience I ever had. Right place, right time. But did they put out another trailer for Dusk Bloods, or is it still just that reveal one from a while ago? And I gotta check out this Ocarina of Time remake. Bye, AJ. Good to see you, man. Good luck with your work. We'll talk soon. I hope I see you at Lightbox too. I'm trying to go this year. Hold on, I'm Googling the Ocarina of Time remake for Switch 2. Yeah, there it is. I hope it's cool. I'm looking for some screenshots. All right, there's one screenshot. All right, I have to admit, I'm not super sold off of the one screenshot I'm seeing, but they got plenty of time to figure things out. The one screenshot I'm looking at looks like they're... It looks like they're remaking Ocarina of Time in like Unreal Engine, and that's not really... It's not exactly what I'm looking for. But that's one screenshot. It might actually be a lot different in practice. Final Fantasy is going back to pixel art. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, hold on, my frickin' chat crashed. Hafu says, Steven, have you seen modern day James's personal project? Yes. The thing he's been doing on stream for the past few months with the samurai guys who work for the demon? Yes. Looks badass. Everything James does is badass. Come on. Come on, folks. Any thoughts on the Odyssey trailer? I haven't seen it. I like hearing that like that amount of stupid controversy around something makes me I don't care. Like it's weird to say, but that makes me want to watch the trailer less, right? It's like I'll maybe see it in theaters later. It's like now it's just colored, you know? It's colored by like, now I'm not just going to be watching a trailer. I'm going to be just in a stance of trying to see, all right, what's pissed everybody off? Let me watch this trailer. I wonder what made people angry. Is someone a girl who's not supposed to be a girl? Is someone black who's not supposed to be black? It'd be nice if we at least got creative about what we're getting angry about. That would be nice. It's like let's try something new to be angry about. Have you seen the new trailer for the game Ill? I have not. Ill. Goodbye, Demon of Hell Anime Studios. Gordy says, are you ever taking client work again, or are you mostly vibing and doing online teaching? I did client work recently. I did client work, wait, is it June now? Last month I was doing client work. Client work dominated last month. APW Mid says, by the way, Steven, I wanted to thank you. I recently did an artist study on you for my final project at school. Oh, thank you. Ended up doing really well. Cheers. I did tons of pieces on Paradise Lost, all in graphite. Oh, love to hear it. Paradise Lost rocks, right? And I'm honored that you would do that study on me. It means a lot. It's very surreal for me to hear things like that. Eden Jordan says, I have 10,000 hours at League of Legends. Is there a conversion system? No, brother. No, brother. Gordy says, nice. Feels like you stepped away from the industry a while back and didn't know if you were returning or doing commercial stuff again. I mean, I definitely did step away from the industry. I would say right now I'm like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And honestly, these days, I don't know what I should be doing in that regard. I have to admit that I'm in a confused period myself. Some days I wake up and I'm like, I really shouldn't ever do client work again. And then other days I wake up and I'm like, I should just go back all in and get like a full-time job or something like that. Not that I don't even know if those are around anymore. At least in video games, it don't sound like things are going so goo over in video game land. Or he says, do you speak much to Ahmed these days? I haven't spoken to him in a few months, hoping he's doing okay with everything going on. Yeah, Ahmed and I still talk. Not super often, but regularly. And every time we talk, he's always doing all right. Ahmed's energy is always, don't worry about me, man. That's always Med's energy. You know, Ahmed just likes a lot of alone time, you know? Sorry, I'm just looking back for questions that I missed. Felipe says, Steven, any thoughts on how to discover your favorite and most efficient process on digital painting for concept art specifically? There's no general answer you could give for that. Everybody's process is going to be unique in the end, and it's a lifelong process of exploration. I don't know any really skillful digital painter who isn't basically constantly changing. Even if their work looks the same for a very long period of time, they're always changing up how they get there. So it's a constant process of discovery. Gabuda Ichimuda says, I hate that I'm still struggling to find my artistic identity. Don't hate it. Be compassionate with yourself, because it's very hard to do. It's very, very hard to do. Integrity says, how many of the Soulsborne games have you played? I've played Dark Souls 1 and 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and a little bit of Sekiro, and Armored Core, but people don't count Soulsborne, that's a From Software game. Hold on, I'm getting a lot of notes. Okay. Have I played any others? Yeah, that's all of them. All right, there might be some other Soulsborne game I'm forgetting. Sea Buckthorn, I never played music. The only musical instrument I'm a master of is my world-class singing voice, which, as we've established many times on this channel, comes from the fact that I do have the genetics of a 9-year-old girl singing Ave Maria at a funeral. No effort necessary, no training necessary. Just like every great musician, I just have a mature and incredible voice right out of the box. Right out of the box. Nine-year-old girl singing Ave Maria at a funeral. Ayub says, this past year was me trying to convince myself to forget getting an art career and trying to somehow fall in love with the idea of starting over and getting a job I don't like but is stable and it's hard. As Shay. Well, yeah, but Ayub, you're pretty fucking good. So you should give it the old college try at getting an art job first. I wouldn't quit before you've tried that. You may need to get a more normal job, but you're pretty fucking good, you've had a big level up recently, so I'd try to get a gig, James, what's up, buddy? James says, this title is going very hard, Steven. This title is going very true, James. It's going very true. And yes, Bloodborne is the best. James, I saw in your streams that you're trying to make a video game out of your project, like an indie game, right? It's badass. Gordy says, me and AJ talk about this a lot. In most animation and games, there's a huge lack of seniors and leads. You'd find work in a heartbeat. There's a huge skill gap right now. I wonder. Yeah. I just haven't, it feels like there's very few, like when I have poked around, I really haven't gone deep into this. Like I haven't quite got there yet. So I haven't like really gone into like looking for work, like what's around. But when I've poked around a little bit, it seems like, so like back when I did look for work, there was stuff on the job boards. Like ArtStation's job board had a lot of stuff. You could find even concept art jobs listed on like Indeed and things like that. And now that all seems dead, zero. Like I looked at ArtStation recently, and where there used to be so many listings on ArtStation, a couple months ago, I looked at the job listings on ArtStation and I took off all the filters, just like show me everything. And it was like less than 100. And I couldn't believe that. I was like, that's across, that's not concept art. That was every job listed on ArtStation. The count horrified me. It was like 65. I was like, that's not an industry that's doing great. It was a very, very small number. So I don't know. It feels like the boards have changed. Like there's not really like places to hunt for jobs anymore. So if I was going to look for work, I think I'd have to do the old, put in the call out, right? Hitting up all my friends, making some posts being like, hey, I'm looking for work. And, that's not something you test run. I don't think, you don't, at least it would be rude, right? I can't pull out the call to all my friends and people who would be pulling favors. And then when they, get me an interview or something like that, I'm like, actually, I wasn't super serious about it. That's fucked up. So you don't do that unless you're ready to take a job that comes up. So yeah, I guess I just don't really have my pulse on the job market right now, James says Sekiro is also the best. So many people love Sekiro. I played like the first, maybe the first 5 or so hours of Sekiro, and I liked it, but I broke it up too much. It's like, I think I need to go back to it and give it a more serious try. Cause I feel like I would love it if I really got involved with it, if I really gave it a good shot. James says, I am indeed. I was going to chat with you because I wanted to consult you about demons. Oh man, always happy to do a demon consult. I should go on your stream sometime for it. We can chat demons on your stream. Also, there's a shot I want to do that's inspired by your Paradise Lost sketch. Dope, man. I'm happy to hear that. Swoorat says, hello, Steven. It seems like most jobs these days are mostly gotten through connections and mostly contract or freelance. Seems like conventions, network, and social media are the way to go. It seems like the industry is shifting to hire more locally and not remote. I would believe it. Yeah. I mean, this industry has always been a connection-heavy industry because, it's just very like, one, it's cloudy, and in any cloudy industry, you want to give jobs to your friends because it just has a lot of social capital behind it. But also, art, it's very heavy on recommendations because resumes and portfolios, as good as they may be, never really guarantee that the artist, a famously mercurial figure, really can deliver on time and do the job that you need them to do. So there's always been a heavy reliance on recommendations, just someone elbowing someone else and saying, this guy can get it done. That's very, very important in art, or has been very, very important in art. But I don't doubt that it's getting worse, with all the AI stuff and industries contracting and things like that. It's definitely getting worse. Cloudy or clouty? Clouty. And cloudy. It's a very cloudy industry, a gloomy, heavy industry. And the storm clouds are certainly gathering. James, how's the animation industry doing? Is it thriving right now, or is it contracting like games? James says, I've been doing freelance via remote for the last 5 years now. Most of my gigs come through Instagram. Yeah, gigs do come through socials. It does happen. Oh, James, I think I saw on your socials that you opened some mentoring slots, right? I'm going to mention that because I've had a lot of people recently. Messaging me looking for mentoring, and I'm currently not taking signups for anything. So I do want to point people to James. People are always asking me, do you know anyone who has mentorships open right now? And I always have to kind of scramble and be like, who do I know has open? So if you're in the market for mentorship, I do think James has some slots open right now. Consider working with him. James is a very smart, very thoughtful guy. He's one of these people who pieced his practice together on his own. So the great thing about working with someone like that is that they're not confused about how to make the journey. You know, no one handed it to them. They had to figure it out. So they remember how to figure it out. James says, I think it's contracting, but I'm in a weird window because a lot of people are looking for that 90s anime look I do. Nice. All right, but so we know from someone on the inside that it feels a little contracty right now. Bit of a squeeze. Might be a bit of a bear market there. But I'm glad you're in that sweet spot. James says, I'm personally seeing this as an opportunity to push my own stuff, though. Big companies are going to continue making the dumbest decisions. Yeah, I think you're wise to think of it that way. I think that's very wise. Saw the concept artist Jeremy Hunter the other day. He made a post on his Instagram talking about how like the AAA games market, like for jobs, is broken right now, and he was given some of his reasoning and some examples, and other people were chiming in about how like they feel like art directors aren't even seeing their portfolios anymore and things like that. And I'm trying to remember exactly how he put it, but he said something in his post like, this might just be a time where the number one thing we need to focus on is just keeping the passion alive. And I was like, that's a nice way to think about it. You know, it's okay to admit that things are down and out, and not resist that really, and just say, all right, it's a hard time. So guess what my number one priority is right now? Just keeping the passion alive. Just keeping the embers a little hot for when it's time for the conflagration to go back up again. Chamuggins says, sorry, Chamuggins made me laugh. Chamuggins says, Stephen, have you ever thought about writing and illustrating and narrating your own book? My own book. Not really. I don't really think of myself as like a book writer. I have thought about illustrating and narrating all of Paradise Lost, but that wouldn't be me writing. But I have a pipe dream that by the time I'm 65, like I would like to, by the time I'm 65, I want to have enough illustrations for all of Paradise Lost that I can post a 9-hour audiobook of me reading it start to finish with like a good amount of illustrations where you're seeing like a big variety and it feels like the story is told visually. I do have that as a bit of a pipe dream in my head. That's probably the only thing that I've thought of doing to that level with illustration and narration. That's probably the only thing I've thought about seriously and have made some small progress towards. James says, yes, I saw that post as well. I love Jeremy. I'm personally more fiery and determined than I've ever been. That's good. That's good. I need more sleep. Maybe I could get back to fiery and determined if I could just get a little bit more sleep. I'm almost there. Baby sleep is getting better. It is improving. I don't know what I was thinking with these shapes down here. I kind of like them in the abstract, but see, that's the thing with bad paper. It's like I don't like these hip armor shapes anymore, but I can't really change them because I know I'll shred this paper if I erase on it. So I kind of just need to commit. Whatever. That's why you should work on good paper, folks. I'm just working on this paper for the nostalgia, you know? Drink Woder says, yes, many companies seem to be hiring on their sites, but they are actually not. I know this firsthand by applying to some studios and getting tests back, but nothing after submitting the test. Ugh, that's rough. Especially if you put in the work to do the test. I hate that. I hate that. I mean, if someone does the test, you really should give some feedback. It's really the least you could do. They did hours of work for you, dude. It's hard though. Hard to get feedback. I interviewed not recently. It was months ago now, but I interviewed recently for a senior illustrator position at a very big studio. And I didn't get the job, but when I didn't get it, I asked for some feedback. Like, just let me know what, I'm not trying to, it's okay that you passed on me, but like, give me some thoughts, anything. Silence. I was like, shit, okay. Okay. I see how it is. I didn't do a test. But we did interview. We were talking for a while, Thank you, Boxer Wing. Hope you have a great day too. Badumut Studio says, a lot of job postings are just ghost jobs collecting your information and selling it these days. It's quite annoying when you're unemployed trying to get some income from anywhere. Ugh, is that true? It's gross. Gross if true. Ayub like Mom says, unfortunately, Steven, you are too good. Yeah. That's the email they should have sent. Vanita Omni says, hello, Steven. How are you doing? I'll be having a technical interview for a concept artist role in a company I've always wanted to work in. Wanted to ask for some tips to prepare myself. Well, when you say technical interview, I assume that means they're going to ask you to draw, right? The problem is that every company needs something different from a concept artist, right? If you're applying for a company that needs hard surface, they're going to need very different things from you than a company that needs characters or clothing, or, like skins for characters or something like that. So it's going to be individual. It's going to be specific. I would advise that you show in the interview that you're a good communicator. So even aside from the drawing, like, don't be afraid to ask questions and, try to be thoughtful, right? But if at all possible, I've heard of people going on interviews where it really is more of like a stress test rather than a technical sort of drawing test. It's more just like, we're going to leave you in a room with this piece of paper and this pencil, and we want you to draw this. See you later. And then, some stories friends have told me is like, then they just send people from the company into the room to bother you while you draw, and they're going to pepper you with questions, and you're supposed to talk and draw at the same time. I mean, it sounds fun, right? That's what I do here, right? So I wouldn't be stressed in that context. But some people would find that very stressful. So just know if it goes in that direction, it's like they know you can draw. They saw your portfolio. They're not actually trying to discover if you can draw. They already know you can draw from your folio. They're stress testing you. So instead of worrying too much about what you're drawing, just chill out. Just maybe it's not your number one priority, but make your number two priority to be easy, right? They want to see that you're easy to work with, that you're not going to freak out, that that you're going to be able to just stay on task even in stressful times if it goes that way. And yeah, if it's more technical, if it's not like that, then show that you're open to communicating. Like what they might not want to see is that you're going to be given a task and you're just like, I can do it perfectly. No questions. I've got it. Show that you're willing to communicate. Okay, here's a hot tip. They might like this. This is a question this is a practical question that I always ask on a gig, but it tends to get a good reaction. I often, when I ask this to an AD for the first time, they're like, ooh, not they're like, that's a good question to ask. Ask them when they give you the prompt or whatever it is, ask them the usual questions like, all right, are you thinking like this or like this? Are you thinking like this or like this? And then at the end, if it hasn't already been made clear, ask them, is there anything you don't want in the solution that we're going for here? That always, doing that inverse, asking for the negative shape around the idea instead of just the positive shape around the idea that they're going for, tends to reveal a lot of things and makes the AD think about it in a different way. And usually that's really good information. But yeah, they'll be like, oh yeah. All right. Well, what I wouldn't want to see is like, don't lean into this style. This is a common mistake that we get with these prompts, things like that. So yeah, if it's a question, if it's a more technical interview where you do have a little back and forth about what are we trying to make here, that might be a good thing to ask. I ask that one on every gig. What do you don't want? And you'd be amazed how often that's actually like the most useful thing the AD has told you, because weirdly, like the positive description of a lot of stuff that clients and companies are looking for, it all kind of becomes like hype talk, and it all kind of sounds the same. We want a engaging, relatable character that's like high energy. It's like that's what everybody wants. That's what everybody wants. And then when you ask them, what do you don't want? Then they'll surprise you with like, all right, well, we actually don't want anything that looks like it comes from Gobelins or something like that. It's like, oh, shit, you should have opened with that, because like that was the first place I was going, or anyone would go, Goodbye, Tom C. Hey, Steven, I want to in concept art but live somewhere where this kind of job isn't really a thing. I was thinking to talk to studios and I'll work for free just to get into the industry. You mean talk to studios to work for free, like remote? Here's the thing. It's like, in a very real sense, like concept art is the kind of job where if you are not good, if you can't do the job, the people don't even want it for free. Like, unfortunately. So it's kind of, it's like, if you can do the job, you might as well get paid for it. Because a lot of studios, if you're not on the level, if you're not ready to do the job, and even if you're like, well, I'll do it for fucking free, they're still going to see that as like, that's still just emails and Slacks that an AD has to waste time and money responding to, right? So there's still cost on that. And it could easily feel like it's just wasting a director's time to have to look at work that is just really not doing the job, you know? I personally have never, I have never encountered an artist working for free. Unless it was an intern, you know, where it was like, yeah, that's the deal. Like, we know you're going to be working for free. Outside of people interning for brief periods of time, I've never been in a situation where another artist on the team was working for free. I've never heard of that. Integrity says, Steven, do you have a Discord server I can post this sketch to? I did an interpretation of what you're currently drawing. Not a public one, but you can tag it to me on Instagram and I'll probably see it. Thank you, by the way. You do me a great honor. Drinkwater said, love the trees. Remind me when I first saw Topi stuff. Oh, thank you. He also says, saw you on ArtStation feed today, Steven. I don't know. I don't know why I post to ArtStation anymore. I just post and then ghost. But I'm glad that the algo knew you were a fan and showed it to you. Sir Bob says, Steven, do you have any art tips? Do you have art tips on how to escape communism while being an artist? Dude, don't try to escape. Get those sweet-ass government contracts, dude. Get those sweet communist government contracts. Yuri Huang says, Steven, do you have any tips on studying subjects with complex color patterns? Example, I'm trying to sketch a lionfish. I'm very used to studying exploring with lines and forms, and my goal is to gradually gain the flexibility and freedom with colors. I'm working digital with Leonardo. Let me Google a lionfish real quick and just see what my gut impulse is. Lionfish fish. Oh yeah, that's a complicated fish. It's a complicated fish. Rewatch that chapter in Form from Imagination on the on local value shifts. You know, I honestly think if you're just trying to get your feet under you, this is probably not the kind of subject you initially want to practice something like that on. Like, I would start with things that have a broader, less finicky color statement to figure that stuff out. Because something like this lionfish where we're like overreacting to how contrasty the stripes are, like, hold on, let me gather my thoughts here and try to make my point as clearly as possible. Okay. A lionfish is one of these animals that has this pattern on them. And you have to remember that the point of this pattern a lot of the time is to confuse visual perception systems. That is why it evolved. It's basically dazzle camouflage meant to throw off predators. It is supposed to hide and confuse their silhouette and their forms so that they will hopefully go unrecognized. Does that sound like it might be counter to a lot of our classic goals in drawing and painting, where we try to make things clear and readable and make forms very understandable? It is. So it's not that those things can't be done, right? But you are picking a subject for learning that was basically designed by evolution to fight you tooth and nail on a lot of the effects that you are going for. You know, same would go for like trying to paint a deer in dappled sunlight. It's like a deer in dappled sunlight in the forest that's literally the condition in which it evolved for its coloring to make it vanish completely, you know? So you want to, I think, if you're really trying to get your legs under you with that kind of stuff, practice on something clearer, and then come back to these situations where essentially nature is trying to fool the visual system instead of work with it. It's like, there's a reason that one of the classic first painting exercises, painting subjects, is an apple, right? I am very smart. So I have a philosophical reason why I believe apples are such common first still life paintings that exceeds even the thinking of people who are putting apples in their still lives. There are theories that the visual perception system evolved in humans in tandem with specifically fruit. You know, that the distribution of rods and cones, that our physiological reactions to particular wavelengths were actually groomed by the need to find. And fruit is an example of, unlike a lionfish, which is trying to hide itself from you, fruit is trying to reveal itself to the mammalian visual system. It wants you to pluck it, eat it, and to spread the seeds, right? A tree doesn't want you to fuck with the rest of it, but it wants you to fuck with the fruit and other animals to fuck with it. So a fruit is actually like, there is theories of how visual perception evolved that say it is intimately linked with fruit and its nature and the wavelengths that come off of fruit. And so if that theory were true, it would mean that you are basically meant to view fruit as clear and noticeable and spottable from across a field and easy to understand and to desire it. So it makes a perfect first subject for still life painting. It is designed to be viewed and understood visually. The exact opposite of something like a lionfish, which is trying to avoid visual detection. Is art not the coolest thing in the world? I mean, the shit it'll make you think about. I fucking love art. Damien Baraj Mateo sends 5,000 ARS, which, let me just convert that. 92 million US dollars. That is incredible. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Damien. Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, everybody, just going to shut down the stream. I don't need money anymore. YouTube settings. Delete channel. Delete channel. Are you sure you want to delete your channel? Yes. This action is irreversible. Yes. This is your last chance to change your mind. If you confirm yes, your channel will be permanently deleted and all of its content will be deleted and irrecoverable. Yes, delete. Damien says, Steven, sorry for the long question. I have some questions about teaching. I have my own drawing illustration workshop atelier. I teach groups, congratulations, by the way. I teach groups of 5 to 6 students. When I started, I focused more on developing skills. But for the last few years, I've been concentrating on encouraging my students to explore their dream images. Continued in the super chat. Sometimes this makes me insecure because I know that if I focused on developing skills, they would surely improve much faster. And having them find their own images places much more responsibility on and for students to explore their own imagery. And is there a particular way I can help them through the difficult moments? Well, you know I'm biased here because he's got a follow-up. I can help them through the difficult moments to mess things up. Any advice on how to handle this? Well, you know I'm biased because that's how I teach, right? So I'm going to be straight up and just say that I think you're doing it the right way, right? I've thought about it a lot. I've trained a lot of people. And in the end, I decided to do basically exactly what you're saying. Go for the dream images. I think the best thing you can do is just try to structure it so that they're really going to attempt the dream. Really, the main problem is just getting them to actually go for it. Because a lot of students, they're so blocked, spiritually blocked, that even if you hypnotize them, you talk them over the line, they're like, yes, I believe you. Yes, dream images are important. I'm going to go for it. When it comes time to actually attempt it, they stall out. They completely stall out. That's the hard thing to do to get them over that line. Once you have even some thumbnails for what they think might be a dream image, then I actually think that it is easy to refocus on developing the skills, right? If you have enough time in the training them. They give you a sketch that says, I think this is a dream image, right? And I've got this figure in the middle of the picture and it's in this particular pose. It's supposed to look like it's lifting this rock or something like that. That pose doesn't work. That gives you a ton of things that are technical to discuss with them that are meaningful now, right? You could say, all right, the anatomy for a figure lifting a rock, it doesn't look right for that, right? Like there should be more tension in these muscle groups, or the gesture seems off. It doesn't feel like he's about to lift the rock or like he's struggling under the weight. Or how are we going to handle the values, right? Because now the rock's over his head, so he really should be all in shadow because the rock is blocking all of the light. That raises a bunch of technical questions that are meaningful. But you just need to get them over the line for those first sketches. That's what you need. That's what you need. Let me reread this real quick to be a little more specific. Sometimes this makes me insecure because I know that if I focused on developing their skills, they would surely improve much faster. I've thought about that a lot too. But I always, when I really think it through, I always come back to the conclusion that if I made them drill skills, they may improve those particular skills faster. But really, and it hurts me to say this, but deep down, I'm not making them better artists. I'm really not. I'm making the ones who I'm making the rare students who come across my desk who have no spiritual or creative blockage, right? The ones who they just always did their dream pictures. That was never in question for them. They were not confused about it, which is very, very rare, vanishingly rare these days. I'm making them better in a wholesome way, right? Because their gap really is a skill-shaped gap and they've got everything else covered. But for everybody else, I'm not making them a better artist. And I'm not so deluded that, like, what am I going to teach them skill-wise that they can't find a good enough equivalent for that skill teaching just by Googling it, really, right? Like, I don't think I'm so good at any aspect of art that, am I going to teach them gestures better than anybody else? No, I'm probably going to say 98% the same stuff that they're going to hear in a video that they Google about gesture, a Proko video about gesture. I'm maybe gonna have one hot tip that no one else has from my years of experience. But that one hot tip is never gonna make more of a difference than the other 98% that everybody's saying about gesture, right? Everybody says gesture is energetic curves that unite the figure. That is it. You just heard it. That is 98% of what you need to work on with gesture, and that's what everybody's saying about gesture. And the same goes for values. The 10 things everybody says about values are the most important things about values, and they're all available in any YouTube search or Google search or reading a book that says how to get better at your values in painting. It's all the same stuff, right? So I'm not making them better artists in a unique way where it matters that they're in a room with me instead of in a room with their fucking laptop, right? What does matter is that I'm one of the few people alive who's committed to helping them do their dream pictures. And fucking hardly anybody has the balls to teach that to students these days, unless they're in a college or something like that. But that matters. That really does matter. And that is the stuff that really will make them better artists rather than better technicians, which you're only, the part of you that is a technician is always, it's equal to every other artist. It's like, it's iterating on the same things that all artists have gotten good at forever, right? It's what is contained in your dream pictures is the special sauce. That's the stuff people are going to hire you for, that people are going to buy prints for, that people are going to buy originals for, that people want to come talk to you for, right? My YouTube channel is, some people may be confused and think that they're here because I'm good at shading or something like that. They're not. My YouTube channel is built on the dream pictures. That's what made people show up. Nothing else made them show up. Nobody, how does Bane sound? Nobody cared who I was before I put on the mask. Nobody cared who I was before I put on the dream pictures. That's what made people send DMs and write me letters and send me emails that said, I want you to train me. I want you to teach me. How do you do this? I had the same skills before I was doing the dream pictures. I drew just as well, for years beforehand, basically just as well for years beforehand. I could shade the same, design the same, draft the same, draw figures the same, do armor the same, design the same, was doing, professional jobs. And, just every now and then, another artist would kind of say, hey, this is pretty cool. Like, let's be buds or something like that. But it was the dream pictures that made what my career, and the fact that you're all sitting here talking to me on stream and stuff. It wasn't anything else. That is the stuff that matters. So don't feel insecure. Do not feel insecure. Do not feel insecure at all. It is, as far as I can tell, it is the stuff that matters the most, And secondly, although I feel confident in my abilities as a person and teacher, since my students make me aware of this and thank me for it, I've sometimes had conflicts with some of my students, and I feel I've been less patient and compassionate than I could have been. Well, that is always a problem, and that's just something we always need to work on. It's like, that's a separate question though. We always need to be, I think it's very important for us as art teachers especially, to always be nurturing our compassion and our patience, because artists need that. They need that. But that's a separate thing. That's a separate concern, I'm worried that a careless word could trip them up in their learning process. I feel very responsible and don't want to mess things up. Well, here's the thing on that regard. The fact that you are aware of that puts you ahead of just about everybody else, because most art teachers are not aware of that and they don't care enough. It's the fact that you are self-aware about that and give a shit about it at all. That basically tells me that you're going to be okay in the long run. The people we need to worry about are the people who aren't aware of that and don't care about it. And that's so many art teachers. And there's lots of people in this chat even who have had the experience of a teacher they respected and they loved. They say something thoughtless and that almost destroys the practice, or it closes off a part of the practice. And it takes them a decade to get a grip on it and look back and be like, why did I let that one sentence that person said to me live rent-free in my head and ruin my life for a decade? It's like that happens all the time. It's a real concern. I think it's a big fucking deal. But I think that if you're to be worried about it at all means that in the long run, you're going to fix it. You're going to avoid it. You're going to do a good job at preventing it. I hope that helps, Damien. Take care of your students. Take care of your students. Sad Art God says, hey, Stephen, what are your thoughts about those artists that in the path of becoming a creative art genius, they give up on finding a sustainable job and normal social necessities as a self-glorifying act? if you don't have responsibilities to anybody, like if you don't have a wife or a husband, if you don't have kids, fuck it. Do you, man? I mean, it's your life. It's your life, and if that's how you want to shepherd your consciousness through this existence, who can take that away from you? Who can take that away from you? I mean, and especially for the people who, you know, they kind of love the suffering, right? They're just like, I don't need money. I don't need social standing. All I care about is art. I just want to make my weird thing. I don't care if I live in the fucking streets. Like, there's so many artists like that. And if that's really how you feel, amen, brother. Go for it. Be amazing. Be great. It wouldn't be for me, but if it's for you, who's to tell you it isn't? Who is to tell you it isn't? Senior Bob says, I was that toxic teacher and thought that drawing 1 million hours a day was the only answer to getting good at art. Yeah, see, I mean, what can you do now but do it like AA and make amends? You know, you got to email all your past students and apologize. It's the only way. We really do. To me, it's a very serious thing. It's like a big reason why I made this channel years ago, was to push back against that, because, I mean, to some people it may sound very treacly and very sweet, but like, I really think this is like the whole thesis of my channel, but I'll say it again because it always bears repeating. I really think that it is good for the world. Hold on, my microphone slipped. I really think that it is good for the world when the people who want to make art, because when people who want to make art don't make art, they become spiritually constipated, and it seems they do damage to the world. They become more neurotic. They can't show up for people. They're unhappy. They become resentful. They become envious. And these things have invidious and both subtle and obvious effects on the people around them and the world. And if they would just draw, you know, a big titty anime waifu once a week, they wouldn't be an asshole, and they would be able to listen to their partner, and they would go to that party, and they would be more open-minded, and they wouldn't be so resentful. And when their friend had a creative idea, instead of shooting it down so that other people wouldn't be creative around them, they would say, good for you, man. I hope that it works out. I love you. If you need any help with it, you let me know. I support you, brother. Like, they would just be much more open-hearted and just making the world a better place. And it's one drawing away. It's one drawing away. So for me, I think it actually, for real, fucks up the world, those teachers out there who say stupid shit that make people stop drawing. I wish I could make them understand from where I'm sitting how much damage they're doing. You know, if twice a year they're going to get 30 students, and of those 60 students a year, they're going to fuck up half their practices by saying, you're not supposed to do that. You know, you're not supposed to go after your style. This is how you're supposed to do it. If you're doing it that way, that's wrong. You're wasting your time. Most artists are not art is not about taking other people's formulas. So most of the time, you're not helping people when you say that. You're just hurting them. You're hurting their heart. You're hurting their practice, and they're just going to quit. They're just going to quit unless they're lucky enough to bump into a better teacher like me. But in all likelihood, statistically, they're going to keep getting shitty teachers like you. And so every year, like clockwork, you are going to add 30 neurotic assholes to the world. And that's more damage than most people do. That's really severe sounding, and to some people might think it's crazy to say, but I really believe that. That does more damage to the world than most individuals manage to do to the world. I really think that. So I think it's a very serious thing that we need to fix in the world. Like, just let people make art the way they want to make art. Snooge says, really? Yes, really. I feel like a lot of artists are like just as you're describing, incredibly neurotic and insecure people. Art has done a lot of things for me, but I don't know if it has inherently made me kinder. No, it won't inherently make you kinder, but that's because of other misunderstandings about art that people have put in you. Art could make you kinder, more open-minded, less neurotic. But you've unloaded a bunch of bullshit from YouTube and listening to other artists who are other thoughtless people and things like that. It's like, I mean, for real, I know that it sounds very self-aggrandizing, but I've been doing this YouTube for a very long time. There's literally hundreds of hours on this channel of me deprogramming people, and lots of people who, you can read the comments like, oh, I just got deprogrammed. Like, if you just spent enough time listening to someone on the right side of things, like me, for enough time that it clicked, it would click and it would go the other way. It would go the other way. I have no false humility about that stuff, because I've known so many artists and talked to so many of them, and I just know that most artists don't think about this stuff. They don't think about it. It's like they shouldn't feel offended that they're making horrible mistakes about a very important thing that they have not sat and thought about for 10 minutes, Just they do some decent drawings, and then somebody put them in front of a classroom with no pedagogical direction, no vetting other than that their drawings are kind of cool. And it's like, of course you're fucking up. Of course you're not interested in the bigger questions and the deep philosophy, and you don't sit. And I have sat and contemplated these things and written multiple books worth to write the scripts for this YouTube, for all the videos across this YouTube channel and things like that. Like, I have thought about it so much and turned it over from so many angles and talked to so many people, talked to students for hundreds of hours, struggling with these things, and grabbed them by the brain and literally just, cracked their brain like a walnut in real time. I've done it so many times that it's just like, of course I get it more than you do. You haven't put any effort into understanding this thing. So I have no false humility about that. They are making a big mistake by thoughtlessly putting these notions out into the world. And it's going to take more thoughtful people like me, and hopefully Damien, to push back on this and deprogram these things. Senior Bob says, I had that experience. That's why I was such a shit teacher. Yep. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. I'm glad you're aware of it now. That's really the most important thing. It's like just increasing awareness. Unfortunately, most of the people put into that position are not going to become self-aware of it like you did. Like, your self-awareness is a beautiful thing. most people just don't have the bandwidth to realize that they did wrong. You know, they just want to think they're doing right. And so they'll convince themselves of that forever. Aladdin says, at what level do you think a person can teach? I think as long as people are asking you to teach them, you're good to go. That's when I started teaching. Once I started getting like very regularly messages that were like, just please teach me. I was like, all right, it's probably time to start. You know, you want to know that there's something really resonating with people. And then you kind of got to do the job of figuring out what exactly is it that's resonating with people. Because sometimes they can't really put it into words and you don't really understand. You need to kind of figure that out. But Jackie says, so how should we know we are going in the right path? It's quite simple, but one, it's simple. That doesn't mean it's easy. People are going to hear these things and this makes a lot of people angry. And you'll see, well, now that I said it, people won't say it, but when I say these things without disclaimering it, right away, people start typing out why they're the exception and it's not that way for them and it shouldn't be for them. One, are you drawing more or less? You're supposed to be drawing more. Anything that makes you draw less was the wrong choice. So, one, are you drawing more rather than less? And two, are you joyful? And that's it. That's it. And you'll notice that none of those things are prescriptive. For each individual person, the thing that makes one person draw more and be joyful might be what makes the next person draw less and be angry or be blocked or be upset or be miserable. So it's not prescriptive. It's about you. It's subjectively about you, the individual artist. What makes you draw more? What makes you feel joyful? And that's it. Like I said, if I didn't disclaimer it, right now a lot of people would start typing, here's why I'm doing the right thing by being miserable while I work and drawing less, right? You know, I need to watch every YouTube video about how to make art and be anxious and depressed that I'm procrastinating before I can go do it. And they may not put in those words because it's too abjectly obvious how fucked up what they're doing is, but how many people in action are they proving that that's what they're doing? I mean, how many people in here have looked back on a period of time where they wish they had sat and been creative and they're like, oh, all I did was convince myself that I shouldn't start drawing until I've consumed every art tip on YouTube. And then as I consumed every art tip on YouTube, I sat there anxiously getting ever more depressed that I was procrastinating because deep down I knew I was procrastinating. And then by the time I had finished consuming every art tip on YouTube, I was so burnt out and my nervous system was so racked that I couldn't possibly fucking draw. Sound familiar to anybody? So people, you know, they come up with all sorts of justifications why they're not supposed to draw and why they're not supposed to be happy right now while they draw. And as long as you're avoiding those two things, as long as you're justifying those two things, you can be comfortably assured that you are on the wrong fucking path. But, the other problem is that you're not going to believe, it doesn't matter if I say that. You're not going to believe me. You're going to have to go through your own experiences, make your own mistakes, waste your own years until you've created the proper conditioning factors such that 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, after a very bad bottoming out, you're going to look back and go, fuck. Steven was fucking right. That guy whose streams I used to hate watch was fucking right the whole time. Shit. And he had to be so goddamn annoying about it, didn't he? Friendly Neighbor says, what do you think about doing graphic design as an illustrator? By the way, just finished your shading course. Was really helpful. Thank you. Glad you liked it. That's a good cue for me to remind people that all my courses are 20% off for the summer. You can find a link in the description. I think graphic design is really useful for illustrators. I wish I was better at it. I haven't really practiced it that much. I always really admired my peers who had graphic design backgrounds, who had a lot of them had done it for work even in the past, which I've never done. And even in the concept design world, you could tell that was coming through in the way they made their sheets for presentation. Their design sheets were always just so beautifully graphic design, really nice layouts, and I always envied that. I think it's a really useful skill for illustrators and designers, secondary skill. I've taught myself a bunch of those concepts because I've recognized it. And, you know, I can sort of muddle my way through because I know the concepts, but, you know, I don't have that kind of ease that comes from, you know, having done that for work for years, you know. And just when someone's got that, it's real nice. Doobie says, I heard you had a baby. Congrats. Thank you. Do you have any story about this character that you were drawing? No, not this one. I mean, obviously his name is Slagigli, and he's the Grand Shield of High Lord of Akanthu, obviously. But I don't have a story about him besides that, or that he was taken from his village as a young boy during one of the great marauding crusades of the Hasatithya. They slayed his mother and his father and his brothers and his sisters, and then right before the knife plunged into his chest, the comandante reached out and stayed his warrior's blade and said, "Not this one. This one has potential. Take him." And they lashed him and collared him and threw him in a cage and took him back to their camp. And they made him forget everything that he once knew, all the love, all the care, his family, his people, his heritage, his beliefs, his religions, everything, everything. They beat everything out of him until all they had was a tabula rasa. And onto this they inscribed their words, their practices, their beliefs, and their beliefs are black and drenched in blood. They lack some of the illusions that we cling to that make a person peaceful, reasonable. They look at the world through an abyssal lens that is at once honest and endarkening. And in this fetid field, they plant that final seed, loyalty to their Lord, whose only goal is to rip this world in twain for reasons unknown, but somehow compelling. All right, I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Stuck my head out for a second. Beautiful. Beautiful day outside. A beautiful day outside today here in New York. Short Art Online says no one hates your streams. Unfortunately, it's impossible to hate. Untrue. I'd say about half the viewers right now are hate watching. Goodbye, Pent. Friendly Neighbor says, I'm actually planning on doing a degree in graphic design, visual communication design, and working as an illustrator. Like I said, I think they have a synergy there. Wolfo says, Stephen, what is the process of one of your students that has been conditioned for years and is now deconditioning goes through? It's individual for each person because each person has different things that cause their misconceptions and their blockages. You know, everybody is misinterpreting certain pieces of advice, or they have had teachers in the past say different things that have stuck with them. Like no one's conditioning factors there are the same. So to help them through does necessarily need to be like personalized, right? So whether it's a message here on stream where someone tells me something they've been through, or like in a workshop, I get to just talk to them and, you know, they send me their art life story and we write back and forth, we talk back and forth. They just tell me everything that they've been through and what they're thinking. And there I can, you know, as things come up, I can say, you see, you're assuming the wrong thing there, or this, or, oh, that's a past trauma coming up and making you think this and things like that. So it's very, very individual. There's nothing general you can say about it. Tekken Ted says, Stephen, what would you recommend someone who is getting back into art to do? I have all the motivation, but maybe I should not rush it and burn out. Yeah, start light. It's like exercise. Like, don't start, you know, doing 3 hours a day. Just say, this week I'm going to try to draw 10 minutes a day. It's like, that's great. That's a great way to come into it. And then just increase the time week after week. Damn. Gordy's talking about a designer who got paid 30 grand for one logo and a taco for another. These industries are nuts, dude. And also says, I get the feeling you'd be at home as a dungeon master or at a Ren fair. I've never DM'd, but I've been to a Ren fair too. That's for sure. A25 says, I've always enjoyed and been good at incorporating symbolism and stories into my art, character design, etc. So I wanted to learn more of the theoretical aspects of design. While I find it interesting, I find that when I study, I have a tendency to start restricting myself. How do you suggest absorbing new information while maintaining your own artistic integrity? The main thing I always recommend is don't ever just study. Always be running your own project parallel to it. And your own project should always really excite you. No matter what you're studying, anatomy, design, whatever, perspective, whatever technical thing you're studying, if at the same time, concurrently, so you split your time, right? What I usually recommend, half of your time studying, half of your time doing your personal project. If you have to pick one or the other, fuck studying, do your personal project. If your personal project is genuinely interesting to you and exciting to you, it will balance all of that out. You'll maintain your artistic integrity while you take in these ideas, because the concepts will never have a chance to be reified into something objective that is true on its own. It will always be getting filtered back through the design constraints of your project, which purifies everything, which shows you that everything is about intention and what you can communicate to the audience, and that all the rules are meant to be broken. And it's just, there's no way, there's no, the simple way to put it is just that will always, it will prevent all the problems. It will purify the process. Deep question about art. Where does art come from? I always go back to the first sentence in the great art history book, The Story of Art, by Grumbach, I believe his name is. The first sentence in that book is, "There is no such thing as art. There are only artists." Nailed it. Nailed it. Yeah, Gombrich. What if the project is too ambitious? Who told you it's too ambitious? Who told you? It is only discovered after the fact that it was too ambitious if you quit. If you stick with it and deliver something, it wasn't too ambitious. And from that viewpoint, both little projects and big projects can be too ambitious, because people abandon little things all the time. It's like, just stick with it. Integrity says, how many projects have you abandoned? And at one point, have you called it quits on them? I have abandoned thousands of projects. Thousands. I just saw Tangamandapyam's message. My father too abandoned me when little, and that's just very funny to me out of context. It's just a crazy thing to read out of context. It made me laugh. I'm sorry if there was some very heartfelt and serious abandonment talk going on in the chat. I just read that out of context and it struck me as funny. Sorry, Tonga. I don't mean to belittle your suffering. I also suffer from dead daddy syndrome, so. Dewey says, I'm doing a job where I create animated shorts and I can choose the style of animation and the art style and create my own character, and there is no strict deadlines either, and I never enjoyed art more. That sounds awesome. What job is that? Where'd you get that job? That job sounds dope. Has anyone told you about an unfinished project? Whoa, dude, that's tubular. You should totes make that. I mean, yeah. But, you know. Ideas are easy, you know. It's easy to tell someone a cool idea and they're just like, whoa, that's a cool idea. It's like, that doesn't really matter. What matters is making the thing. Cool ideas are a dime a dozen. Or at least they're a dime a dozen for creative people. Obviously, there's people who never have ideas, but I think we're probably all pretty creative here. Have you revived any dead projects? Oh, yeah. Sometimes I go back to ideas that I had literally decades ago, you know? Chris Bogged says, Steven, you are the best. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Don't I know it? Seriously, thank you. Hi, Steve. Have you read the papal encyclical on AI? No, I have not. I saw the articles about it. It's quite long, it seems. I would be interested in reading it. I'm just so short on time lately. I tried to tell you all that God was on my side. I hope now you all believe me, are more inclined to believe me. I tried to warn you all. I said, God will not approve of this AI stuff. And you all said, what do you know, Stephen? Boom. Papal encyclical. And I'm sure Pope Leo watches this YouTube. He definitely does. Joe, what'd you say that you deleted? Were you making fun of the Pope? That's not very Catholic of you. Are you grouping values right now? Not really. I'm definitely placing modeling factors, but I wouldn't say I'm grouping values right now. That's something I would do later in the drawing. First, I need like more info down to then say, like I do like put down more info, like texture and stuff like that, and then look at that and say, where'd I go too far? And then use grouping of values to reduce some of the noise and simplify things. But I always feel like I need some stuff down first before I do that effectively. A25 says, have you heard that a woman got a religious exemption for using AI at her job? More such things are expected due to the encyclical. Dude, awesome. Me too. Me too, dude. I mean, I should get it because I mean, even before the encyclical, like I've had people in my family like talk to me about AI, and like occasionally someone in my family will be like, "What do you think about it for this use? Like, do you think that would be okay?" And I've literally told my response to that has been, "I actually think this stuff is Satan the devil, so I don't think any of it is a good idea." I mean, come on, I should definitely get a religious exemption then. And they don't take me seriously. They don't take me seriously when I say, well, I think that stuff's the devil. So If you're hoping I'm going to tell you, oh yeah, that particular use case sounds like a good idea, it ain't coming. Joe says, I like my Pope's Leo, my Stevens YouTube Live, my Art Without AI, my Nixon 5. Very good, Joseph. Very good. But do you think you can survive my Cyber Demon Hounds? My Nixon 5. Tonga Mandapian says, it's sad that being anti-AI in the US can get you classified as terrorism. Have you seen that? I have not seen that, and something tells me that can't be quite 100% true. Maybe that's like, maybe someone saw that there was like, that's not true in practice. No one has actually been labeled a terrorist for coming out as anti-AI. But I have not heard that. I don't know what you're referencing. Jesus the Comeback says, nice answers. I'll steal it for when I talk about AI with my parents. Yeah, you're free to. You're free to. They're going to look at you like, what the fuck? Like the devil. The hell? Satan the devil? You mean Lucifer? You mean the morning star? Little horn? The infernal serpent? Fusion says, what about AI in medicine? Why does everyone says the same old thing that everybody goes to? Is that even a, like, what is this art? Like anybody wants cancer to exist. Not a real argument. Literally not a point. Difficult to take in good faith, seriously. Just like a mimetic, knee-jerk response to somebody saying AI sucks dick. Somebody's got to get up and say, what about AI in medicine? I'm sorry, are you a doctor? I'm sorry, but are you running the supposed AI health company that we keep getting promised, but still the most we've done is fold some proteins using AI like 10 years ago? Where's the new thing? Jesus. Wufo says, I wish I had that much confidence in myself. I wish I had that much confidence in myself to do my own thing and own it. But I'm terrified of it not working out. I wish I had that much confidence in myself to do my own thing and own it. But I'm terrified of it not working out. Wait, that's a revelation. I think that's the thing doing the conditioning in me. I bet, baby. I betcha. When he says, gosh, that lampstand or whatever it is in the background, dark blue one? I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what looks like a lampstand back there. Thank you for the $1, Brian Acosta. Very sweet of you. Very, very sweet of you. Very romantic of you. I know you want to take me out to some dollar menu dinner with that $1. But there ain't no more dollar menus anymore, Brian. There ain't no more dollar menus. Do you do any hand exercises? No. It's right next to your hand that you were drawing with. There's a mouse pad or a wrist rest for using my mouse. Ooh, Vicente says, hey, working on an illustrated book of philosophy for kids right now. How cool is that? That's dope. Just want to tell you that I adore your work. I'd love to talk about all this AI shenanigans with someone on the art side like you. The AI stuff is, what a bummer. What a bummer. Dude, when you finish your when you finish your illustrated book of philosophy for kids, send me a link. Email me a link. Maybe I want to buy it for my kid. I would love to read him an illustrated philosophy book. Maybe it's time to start another sketch. What do you think? I still have I would need to do a lot of work on this one still to finish it. I need to put a lot of juice into each one of the heads on the shield. Joe says, C can't run. C can't run. Kant doesn't know. Tabula rasa. That is the second mention of tabula rasa on today's stream. That's weird. C. Buckthorn says, what if you had a gun to your head and were sat at an electric chair? Would you use AI to be freed? No. I'd rather be shot through the head and electrocuted. Both at the same time, please. I'd give AI the middle finger as I go out of this world, too. Hey, Steven, what's the heads on the shields represent? Faces. They represent faces. No, they represent my various moods. They're dramatis personae a la Steven. Octavia Burr says, Steven, I have a fellow painter who uses AI to generate still life images, then copies them almost exactly and sells the paintings as original work. She is very proud of this. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people like that, and we're going to get more people like that for a long time. But, yeah, it's just a shame, you know. You see, it used to be that I'm actually writing a YouTube script about this right now, but it used to be that people didn't actually care about effort in art. Some people thought they did, but the truth is that they didn't. Not a general audience. General audience never cared about the amount of effort that you put into a piece. They just cared about the piece. And you could take all sorts of shortcuts, and the audience would basically just assume you did it in the most difficult way possible. Anyone who has had the common experience in drawing land of thinking everybody drew without references from their imagination, and then when you're 16 years old, you realize that tons of artists are using tons of photos and stuff like that, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't know. That's that, right? We have this tendency when we are moved by art to just assume the most ennobling thing about it, and there is no objective ennobling. We assume what would make it subjectively ennobling to us. So for some reason, you think it would be amazing to just paint that out of your head, and so you project that onto the piece. So effort didn't really matter. It was like people would automatically assume you did it in the hardest way possible and ennoble your work for you. And as long as you didn't fucking tell them how you did things, it was great. It was fine, you know? You weren't a liar. You were maybe a liar by omission, but no one was really asking either. Unfortunately, weirdly, I think AI is going to move us into a phase where it will actually make it so that, yes, it does matter how much effort you put into something. And that's actually a shame. I don't think that's an ideal state of things, but I think that is coming. It's going to be a natural reaction to the total just bullshitification of art with AI. It's going to take a while for people to sort of catch on to what's going on, but people will. Eventually the norms will move on, and we will reach a period where even boomers, you know, it'd be past boomers, the boomers will be dead, but let's say whatever the next boomer generation is, the old generation, they will assume any picture they see, instead of being fooled, they will assume the opposite. They'll say, of course that's AI. Every image is made by AI. And then you will have to put in a lot of work to prove that actually you drew this and by hand, and a lot of effort is put into it. And the effort will obtain to value, subjectively speaking. So when that happens, your friend who paints the AI still lifes is fucked. But it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to clear everything out. But I just think it's inevitable that that will happen. She does work on them a lot, but she doesn't use her imagination or critical thinking at all. No, all that stuff will be rolled into effort. It'll be I think we will see an emergence of like an effort maximalist viewpoint towards art. I'm not saying that that will make art popular or that effort maximalist art will sort of go mainstream or anything like that. I think it's very possible that mainstream tastes will just slide along with AI, and people will just lower their expectations to take on ever more deleterious qualities of slop. But amongst artists, certainly, and amongst like serious art consumers and critics and things like that, I think a effort maximalist viewpoint will likely become very important, or possibly become dominant. Yeah. What stats do you need for using those shields? Like 60 strength and 80 endurance. Thanks for being here, Honda Snapper. Seeing a bunch of AI tattoo artists, 100,000 Instagram followers claim they aren't using AI. Then you see their real skill level. Yeah, it's really, it's kicked off, man. I mean, there's tons of liars out there. AI scammers. Yeah, so many artists who just, who knows what internal calculation they were running, but they just bit the bullet and they just said, I'm going to AI lie. They're just like, yeah, I thought about it, and I guess I'm just gonna AI lie. Yeah, I painted that. It has the same energy for me as like being in high school and just lying about like who you slept with. Like, it's like, yeah, I had sex with them. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I fucked her actually. Yeah, I made that. No, I made it. No, I did. Yeah, it was me. No, there's no AI. No, there's no AI. It's like, dude, everyone knows there's AI. Everyone knows you didn't fuck them. Why are you saying that? Mitchell Jackson says, my art goes to another school. Yeah. My art goes to another school. Vicente says, in my art degree, people are just straight up using AI openly to make drawings and illustrations, and teachers are okay with it. It pisses me off. Some of us actually work and try to develop skill. I mean, dude. I mean, the schools are in big trouble, and what you're saying to me doesn't surprise me. And they're fucked. I mean, they're fucked, you know? I had contact with a few people, you know, not like deep contact, but back when I was really heavy on the AI stuff back in the day, some people poked around and they were kind of like, what do you think a school should do? You know, because we kind of feel forced to like use AI. And I tried to help them. I did. And I told them, like, every other school is going to cave like a bunch of pussies, and they're going to let AI into the curriculum. And if you want to survive as an art school, you should be the only school that gives the double middle fingers, says get bent, and if you want to learn how to draw your ass off, come here. You should be the only school who does that. Nobody listened to me. Nobody listened to me. And now, you know, your school, I mean, they caved. They caved like a bunch of pussies, and they're fucked. They're fucked. It's you know, so for example, like Art Center, my alma mater, they were not one of the schools that came asking me, what should they do? They were not one of the schools I offered that advice to. I don't want to give that impression. But like every art school, they had to have a reckoning and ask themselves, how are we going to survive this, right? And now they're having an enrollment crisis. You know, they tried to be a little half and half. You know, they were like, as long as a teacher allows AI in the syllabus, then you can use it. But if the teacher says no AI, then you can't use it in that class. Kind of like a half in, half out kind of a thing. You let the devil in the door. What are you selling? What are you teaching? And you think students are so stupid that they don't know that? Why would they sign up for your $80,000 a year school when they're like, what does the old hack illustrator who teaches this class know about AI? There's all these AI these AI loser influencers on YouTube know more about these fucking AI programs than that illustrator does. Enrollment crisis. They're in an enrollment crisis now. Of course they are. Of course they are. And I'm frustrated because if any school was going to be positioned to not suffer, to get an enrollment boom in this time, it would have been Art Center, which was already legendary for being hard as fuck and gritty and hard-nosed and wanting to train art Navy SEALs who run art special ops and murder art enemies in their sleep. That was what they were always known for. It would have been the easiest thing in the world for them to say, you want to be an art Navy SEAL, you come here. It would have been, they were made for that. That was their brand. And they fumbled it. They fumbled it. Unfortunately, nobody has, no, I don't run. Unfortunately, I'm not the president of Art Center. Unfortunately, I'm not the president of Art Center. Now they're fucked, man. It's like, now they're in an enrollment crisis, and they're like, yeah, it's because tech changes things. It's like, they had the easiest way out. They had the easiest way. They would have been the only school with more enrollment. They would have been the only art school getting more students through the AI destruction of art, through the end of art. Every other design school would have suffered from the decision that every potential enrollee is making right now, which is they're looking at expensive ass private design schools and they're like, why would I invest that much into an industry that looks really tumultuous and not even sure it'll be around in the next few years? So of course they're not going to enroll. Art Center would have been the only one to avoid that. Because they would have gotten the freaks, They would have gotten the people who were like, I don't give a fuck about anything except drawing like a badass. They would have got me when I was 18 still, And they would have inspired those people. If those people were on the fence, if they were confused, they would have heard Art Center's stance. They would have been like, yeah, baby. Yeah. Mommy, daddy, pay the $80,000 for this school. I'm going there. Trust me, they're the best. And it would have worked. It would have worked. I say this with no joy. I loved Art Center. I did. I had a great time there. They fumbled. Who's surprised? Nobody's surprised. Ugh. I'm so pissed now. Oh, that left me feeling not good. That left me feeling not good. It makes me especially angry just because to me it's so clear that it was such low-hanging fruit, you know? Dragon's Dogma 2 DLC trailer released during your stream. Thank you so much, Steven. You're welcome. You really are welcome. I wonder if FCD is using AI. I don't know. Goodbye, Integrity. Enjoy Doom. FCD closed? I didn't know that. Tagafor says, you could have been the chosen one. You were meant to leave. What is it? You were meant to bring balance to the force, not leave it in ruins. Daryl says, yep, Feng made an update video about it a while back. Hold on, guys. I'm going to move my camera. I feel like it's too far over for me to be comfortable right now. Maybe it's going to block my face. I wonder why I had it on this setting. Why did Feng close it? If you can just summarize it for me. Was it just like it was taking up too much time and he preferred to just run his studio? Just do commercial work? Maybe he didn't say anything about why he closed it down. Maybe he just said it is closed and didn't give a reason. Whoops. Well, I might have fucked our camera feed here. 1 second. There we go. Gavin says, do you know artist Wayne Reynolds? Yes. He's very cool. I don't know him personally, but he makes very badass artwork. Very badass artwork. Very badass artwork of Satan the Devil. Should remind people that my courses are a tremendous 24% off till July 6th.
biggest sale in a long time. Link is in the description. Glorious, glorious Form from Imagination. Glorious, glorious Design Fundamentals. Both the versions on my site and the version of Form from Imagination that is over on Proko. Sale is the same over on Proko. And if you get a feedback version, just because people always ask, just so you know, if you get the feedback version, there is no time limit on the feedback. So that does mean that now in the middle of this huge sale, if you're ever thinking about getting the course, you're thinking, oh, wouldn't it be nice if I could get it, but then start doing the assignments at the end of the year or something? 'Tis the season. 'Tis the season. Lots of people do that. You can get it now on sale, sit on it till you're ready to start doing the assignments whenever, and then start submitting them whenever you're ready, and I will give you feedback. Feedback on the assignments is done rolling, ongoing. There is no time limit. So 'tis the season, folks. 'Tis the season. Just hear those course bells jingling. Ring ting tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather to buy a Steven Zapata course or two. Real estate problems. Got it. Yuri Huang says, Steven, do you find repetitive details in a drawing torturous or relaxing? I'm drawing the cylindrical forms on octopus tentacles and I'm bouncing between the emotions. I think bouncing is perfectly fine. I think for me it depends on the particular repetitive detail. There are definitely... I can definitely remember some big sessions of doing a repeating element that were perfectly joyful. And I can remember others that were maddening. Though the particular maddening ones I can remember were for work. I generally try not to make myself do anything maddening in my personal work. What are you on about, dog? There's nothing out there for you. Wufo says, have you ever thought about running your own art atelier, art school, Stephen? I've thought about it, but I don't know. I think it's just because maybe it's just because I live in New York, but like anything that requires having an actual space, if you live in New York, I feel like so many people, like unless you're rich, it just closes that door. It's like, it's so prohibitively expensive to do anything that requires significant space in New York. That's why there's like 0 video game companies here. There's just like at least production floors. Like some of the really big studios do have offices here, but what do you think it is? It's marketing. You know, it's not production floor. There's only like Rockstar. That's it. Like only Rockstar has a production floor in New York. And it's just because real estate is prohibitively expensive. The amount that you pay per square foot just can never justify like the returns and the overhead and all that. A marketing floor is more possible because, you know, on a marketing floor, all you have is, you know, you don't need Cintiqs and room to draw and all that. You could just squeeze all marketing dudes need is a MacBook or a ThinkPad and a phone to place calls. So you can just pack them right next to each other. And they make more money than artists too. You know, they'll generate more money for the business. So it's only marketing arms here in New York. So yeah, because of that, I've never seriously considered opening like a brick and mortar school. I would take like individual in-person students. I've always wanted to do that. I know I will do that at some point in my life. I have done it in the past. I'm just not doing it right now. But that's less for business and more for the communal joy of mentoring other artists. Daryl says, speaking of marketing, some of my photography got featured in Times Square. Nice, dude. Congratulations. That's awesome. Very, very cool. I heard you're planning on going to Lightbox. Do you have plans for your trip this year? And would it be okay to say hi if we cross paths? Or are you only looking to reconnect with the artists? You know, no, the 2 times? Wait, have I only been once? How many times have I been to Lightbox? I think I've only gone once. I was always happy to talk to anybody who followed the YouTube. A bunch of people who followed the YouTube stopped me and said hi. And the Patreon Discord also put together a get together for Lightbox, so I met up with them as well. Yeah, I mean, at an event like Lightbox, it's like you go to chat. So whoever wants to chat, I'll chat. That's what you do in an event like that. Say hi, hear stories. M says, Stephen, when you said as you learn about art, you see things that are invisible before. I've learned from making abstract art, emotions have languageless shapes that can be visualized. Absolutely. I'm glad that you've discovered that. Keep going. That's the magical thing about art. It literally changes your perceptions. It's a permanent psychedelic. And once it's done its work on you, you'll be like, damn, was it ever any other way? This is how things are supposed to be. Chris just woke up. Crazy. Esteban says this gives me nice Blasphemous vibes. Nice. I've never played Blasphemous, but I'm glad to hear it. 1 second, folks. Sorry, just checking notes. Yuri says, Steven, if you were to create a writing course for artists to sell on your website, what would you teach? I don't know. I would have to think about that. I don't, I've never thought enough about how I would teach writing. It's like I would need to go through the process of coming up with the whole pedagogical like point of it for me, you know? So I don't know. Like, what would you teach? It's like, I don't know what. Like, I'm not going to teach like what, how to write sci-fi or fantasy or something. I don't do that, you know? It's like, in terms of practice, like, if I'm going to base what I teach about writing based on the writing I do, the only thing I could really teach would be how to write YouTube videos. Even more specific than that, how to write YouTube videos about art or something like that. If it weren't going to be that, I'd really need to think about it. You know, I am not the way I am with art, with writing. Insofar as I write well, or speak well, because I do consider the things I write about and the things that I speak about to be one and the same and linked and cross-informing, that all just comes completely natural to me. I don't, it's not like art. With art, because I had friction, because I struggled with so much of it, because so much of it didn't come naturally, I understand it and I can talk about it very well because I have thought about it like so much in great detail and technically and stuff like that. I'm not like that with writing or talking. That is the way some people are lucky enough to experience art. It's completely natural for me, and so I don't understand it. I wouldn't know where to begin. You know, if someone asked me like, how do I get better at writing? Or I want to write like you do, Steven. I'd be like, take elementary school grammar? Like, I have no idea. No idea. And mind you, I am thinking of that different from like story structure. Because that I have taught, but I'm separating that from writing. Because technically you can structure a story and all that with very minimal writing, you know, at least with very little deployment of the full writing toolkit. You can structure a story just with like diagrams and flow charts, and then you can just make art that like beats it out and things like that. So that I could teach, that I have taught. But once you get to the point of like, all right, I know my story. Now, how do I say cool, beautiful shit about it? I can't help you there. You know, I can give you recommendations for how I would make it sound cool. What's the cool shit I would say about your story? I could do that, but I don't know how to teach someone to generate it from first principles, really, you know? Robert on a whim says, what do you think of Kim Jung-gi? He was a great master. Of course. He was awesome. I think that we are probably doomed to over worship him for a very long time. It's like I see so many artists out there who are just like, I don't know. Their whole thing seems to just be, I'm trying to be Kim Jong-gi, you know? But, and I'm not trying to tell, you guys know I'm not in the business of telling people what to do with their art, but it wouldn't be for me, you know? My body is starting to cry out for lunch. So I'm going to start winding down here. Get off soonish. So if you got questions, if there's questions I missed and you want to re-ask them, feel free to throw them in the chat. I'm going to start winding down. Quarters are 20% off. Quarters are 20% off. Have you ever heard of Dave Sim, creator of Cerberus? No. I have not heard of Cerberus either, I don't think. Kim Jong-gi probably wasn't even trying to be Kim Jong-gi. It's what felt natural to him. Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Rassi says, hello, one time you showed a spreadsheet with the process you usually go through when doing 100 hours work. It was like 2 years ago. Still using it? No, for one piece that I would spend 100, I think you're probably thinking of my my big project spreadsheet. For one piece that I'm going to spend 100 hours on, I wouldn't I don't think I've made a spreadsheet for that. There is a process, but I don't think I don't think it's been of a complexity where I needed to spreadsheet it. If I did show a spreadsheet for one drawing, for 100-hour drawing, it was just for illustrative purposes. Like I said, I have used spreadsheets for big projects that need multiple pieces, you know, design portfolio stuff and things like that. More like you're making a whole book. I've used a spreadsheet for that. I have used those in the past. I would use it again the next time I have to do that. And I've showed that on stream before. But for individual pieces, I don't really have a tight process that would fit neatly into a spreadsheet. I've never been that kind of artist. That would bore me to tears. That would just make me not want to make the picture. I need to be able to duck and weave and distort and kind of do whatever I want whenever I want. Soon as art feels like it's in a box, I'm out. I don't want to do it anymore. Kyo says, Steven, if it takes 30,000 hours to get as good as you, then you'd need to draw every hour you're awake for 5 years. But I'm sure you knew it would take more than that since no one can bear to draw that much. That's right. No one's pulling that shit off. And damn, what are they going to do when they hit 30,000 hours and they see they're still not good enough? It's going to suck. It's going to be a hard day. Not for me. Easy day for me, but hard day for you. Hard day for the person that happens to. Rambush says, hey, Steven, I have a really hard time keeping things simple and manageable in my work. The more I try to think like a concept artist, the more the work becomes painful. More specifically, construction has continued to give me issues for the last couple years. It just makes me completely miserable. But for what I want to be doing, I absolutely need it. Do you, though? See, there's the trick. But for what I want to be doing, I absolutely need it. No. Doesn't matter what you're doing. I don't care if you're doing mechs that are supposed to be able to be built. There's someone who has done that in the past who did it with no construction. There's not a thing anyone absolutely needs construction for. You get creative. You find a way to do it without construction. Who told you for the thing you need to do, you absolutely need construction? Who told you? Someone who just, it works for them. That's it. But it really doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be doing airplanes, mechs, figures, environments. It's all been done without construction before. All of it. Usually the people who were best at any given thing, like the best Gundam artists, the best, Airplane Illustrator, like the people at the very top of the game, they usually found themselves there because they had a dare to care joie de vie to their drawings that people couldn't resist because they just slapped it off Slapdash. They didn't construct shit. They just went for the gusto and made it look badass. That's how it is in every part of art. So if it's making you miserable, if it's making you draw less, as we said earlier in the stream, just don't do it. Don't construct. Don't construct ever again, starting right now. Who cares? There's no rules to art. You'll find another way. Like I said, many other artists have found other ways. Just slice it right out. How would you approach teaching someone who isn't an absolute beginner but is still missing something? I'm wondering that about who isn't an absolute beginner but is still missing something. I'm wondering that about 2D hand-drawn animation, being someone who learned from tutorials plus trials. How do you approach who's an absolute but still missing? I mean, it'd be difficult for me to say without seeing your work, you know? You need to see their work, know their goals, and then find the distance between their goals and their work. So unfortunately, there's not really anything that useful I can say here. I can just say as a generalization, which is always dangerous, but I find it with artists over and over again when I train them. It's like, you got to move more towards your personal interests. It's like, usually that thing that's still missing is the hook, the relatability, the thing that you really love in life and in art that you're afraid to put in the art and that you need to get in there so that you're finally, ultimately juiced and excited about it. And then that's what's going to push it over the edge. Roundbush says, you nailed it though. I like drawing mechs and prefer them to be model kitable. That's not a word. Yeah, they can be model kitable without construction. I would be goddamned if any mech you've ever bought as a model kit began with somebody going, okay, well the core of the mech it's in a box like this, and okay, well, it's going to have sort of a line here, and then I'm going to do, all right, this is the center line, and it pops up, and then it fillets down back this, and then it projects back into space, and then it scoops that way, and then it goes like this. All right, and now I'm going to do XYZ projections of all of the contour lines for the center of the mech, and then the engine's going to be inside here, and then here's the fuel injector, and here's the turbo. All right, and I've got to stick the arm onto this, so I've got to do a perfect ellipse that's following the minor axis, and then I'm going to put a cylinder into that ellipse, and then from that cylinder, we're going to build another box. That's a recipe for neurotic, boring fucking drawings that nobody wants to buy as a model kit. Figure that shit out in another step. When you draw, you draw like this. I swear to God, I promise you, not even knowing from history, but just knowing artists, this is how every badass Gundam was designed. That's how they all started. That's how the only way you get to a giant robot holding a laser sword and a gun. As if that made any sense. That's how you start. That's how you start every time. That's energy, that's flow. And then when you're like, all right, I got to fit, you do the same thing again that you did with the whole silhouette. You just do it in the core. So it's like, all right, now I need to figure out the chords. You do it again. Energy. Explosive energy. And then when you need it to get really tight, you do an overlay, you do an overlay, you do an overlay, you scan it, you clean it up, or you just draw with raw explosive energy. And if you really need it to be a model kit, you do a beautiful drawing like this, and then you build it in 3D. You build it out of a 3D model. But I promise you, if your drawing looks hot and sexy like this, it's all translatable. Because that's all you really need to get to the final step. You don't need it to be neurotically, oh, it all fits together. No one needs that. Nobody fucking needs that. No one has ever needed that. They need it to be hot and sexy. They need it to be super freaking cool. And then, just like a professional 3D artist who doesn't know concept work, who only does 3D models, that's people's whole job. You just look at something that says, you just look at something that looks hot and sexy, and you go, all right, now my job is to just translate this hot and sexy thing into a 3D model. And guess how many times it's been achieved? Thousands. Every time. There is not a hot, sexy design that someone hasn't managed to push through to the final deliverable. Video game model kit, whatever. But there's no way that, the Duo Gundam with its double scythes and its giant bat wings was designed by... okay, this box here. Oh yeah, now I'm gonna do a giant box back here that fits into it allows the giant Duo Gundam bat wings to fit in. No, dude. No. Are you fucking you'd never get there. Never. Not in a million years. You just draw cool, fun, badass, intuitive the whole time. The whole time. Figure that shit out later. Or you pay someone else to figure it out. Hopeful Scott Robinson isn't around, LOL, says visitor. No, yeah, what Woofo said. Reminder that not even Scott Robertson draws like that. Indeed. He did it for a while. He invented a certain flavor of draw through, but draw through actually comes from architectural drafting. He don't do that shit anymore. Now, fortunately, every time I see him posting stuff, he's working with Viscom, the AI company. So we don't have to worry about what Scott thinks about the eternal truths of drawing anymore. He's off trying to get ingrained with a tech company, it seems. Stephen, have you visited the Bone Museum in New York City? No. I didn't know there was one. Sounds dope. I gotta go. The Coming Red Tide says, ever since I've dropped construction, I find it way more fun. It also forces you to use your intuition more and get the feel of it from what I found. It just makes your drawings way more lively. Yes, it does. It's the way you were always, you just always are, you have to return to intuitive drawing. That's where artists thrive. Artists don't thrive with a method that feels uncomfortable, sort of dropped onto their shoulders. Tobiah Illustra says, question, I'm seeing that you're starting the sketch from a random point without a previous layout of the figure. Do you often do that? Is it like exploring the drawing? What's going on in your mind? Yeah, honestly, dude, at this point, I've just done so many drawings that I don't care anymore. where I start. Like I have spun off hundreds of thousands of drawings from my hand. So I just I couldn't even give you a just I'll start with the hand, I'll start with the head. Sometimes I'll lay in the whole body, sometimes I won't. And it's not because of a particular challenge that I envision in the drawing. I couldn't tell you why. Whatever random thing feels good and joyful in the moment, I do it. And that's it. Sometimes I start with a detail, sometimes I start with a shape, lay out the whole silhouette, lay out just a smile, like anything. It could be anything. It's anything. I just, I follow my fun, and I've done this for so long that I know I'll catch myself on the other side. It'll be fine. Stephen, do you keep a journal? Sometimes I have, but not regularly. Is says, I remember your video 3 readings. It was so interesting to dive into your fiction and nonfiction work. Do you plan to do that again? Probably, yeah, at some point. I do like writing a lot. I do like, it's just over the past many years, not all, I have written a few things over the past few years, not anything all the way to finish, but most of my writing impulse over the past few years goes to the YouTube. You know, when that energy comes up in my body and says, I want to write, the bucket that most readily catches it is let's write a YouTube script, you know? Robert on the Wind says, before we go, I just want to say Dave Sim and Kim Jung-gi are the best illustrators I've ever seen. I don't know Dave Sim. Definitely Kim's up there. Do I know Dave Sim? Let's see. A comic book artist. No, not familiar with him. Chris says, finishing off projects is discouraging when you haven't really made anything original from scratch. And that's what it takes to make it, right, Stephen? Finishing off projects is discouraging when you haven't really made anything original from scratch. I'm not quite getting what you're saying there. I mean, if you finish a project, then you have made something from scratch. Do you mean finishing off like fan art? Like finishing off fan art is discouraging when you haven't made anything from scratch? But I think lots of people do fan art and don't find it discouraging. I don't know. I think I'm a little lost. Raumer says, I spent 95% of my time drawing intuitively, but it's hard to make better drawings without construction. I feel like I have hit a major plateau with intuitive drawing, and the only way through is years and years of drawing. Well, the only way through is, it probably is years and years of drawing, but not, there is no plateau with intuitive drawing. You know, it's, when we say intuitive drawing, I'm not talking about, don't project into the space of intuitive drawing an imaginary vision of intuitive drawing just being another restrictive method that you're supposed to match. When I say intuitive drawing, I mean, how do you draw? You know, how do you intuitively draw? There couldn't possibly be a plateau with that. The only thing intuitive drawing could have is depth, infinite depth, you know, because it has to be totally yours. Is it going to take years of drawing to spin that out? Yes, probably. But there's no plateauing with intuitive drawing. Yeah, we all, you know, we have to keep fighting and scraping and turning things around in different ways and all that, but there's no plateaus with intuitive drawing. You can always keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. Gorbart says, Stephen, I think that everyone's life experience is that we had a way easier time drawing and finishing art as kids. What do you think is getting lost with age, and how can we take it back? I mean, it's not something that's lost, it's what is added on, is we add on comparison and expectation. And, well, it's simple to say, get rid of comparison and expectation, but very difficult for people to do, very difficult. Lordy, lordy, is it difficult. All right, everybody. I am getting quite hungry because I blew past lunch. So I am going to log off. We did about 4 hours today. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Here's the sketches from today. Good questions today. A lot of good chat. I liked it a lot. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been a lot of fun. Again, the El Corsos are 20% off till July 6th. And again, for the feedback versions, there is no time limit on feedback. So if you've ever thought, oh, I'd like to take the course, but not for a while, the astute of you will realize that it is a good idea to grab it on sale and then sit on it until you're ready to submit for feedback. That is perfectly fine with me. There's no time limit. People take breaks, they go on hiatuses, and then they pop right back, submit, and they get feedback. There's no time limits on the feedback. I want to say goodbye to Octavia Burr, Charlie333, Mitchell Jackson, Jesus the Comeback, Ednax, A25, Daryl Grant, Dark Hours, Peter Akiki, Jiripit Kaupoikanen, Space Camille, Jesus the Comeback, Robert on a Win. Goodbye to the New Terrain, to Esteban, Iriarte Animation. Goodbye to Chamuggins. Goodbye to Roundbrush. Goodbye to Gorobard. I Am Pretty Petty. Chris. Gray Gifix. Woofo. Kilratha Soldier. The Coming Red Tide. And who could forget Putter 1MC, the Tonga Mandapium. And goodbye to Yuri Huang, Brian Acosta, and Kyokuse. Goodbye, everybody. Happy drawing. Keep it up. Never let them get you down. Goodbye, everyone. See you soon.